Hello there.
Greetings! Good afternoon. Don't like we shouldn't have been up to me right now, my left, don't know why. Darling, hello sir, how you doing? By the way, excuse me. Are you on the way home from work? Perhaps? Chance? Let me give you a little shout out, because I fixed the shout out. Where's the Starium button? There it is. On your way home. Can I don't like having the stream deck to my right, I prefer doing it with my left. I don't know why. Can I move this cable? Do that. Don't worry mate, just doing some cable management here. Stream deck back on the left. Oh, that's tilted slightly, isn't it? That is. Yes, how's everybody's weekend? Everybody had a good one. Last here on Saturday? Yeah, Saturday morning, wasn't it? That's better. Yeah, it was Saturday morning when we did some on Sky, the expedition. Also, I've had a haircut. You know, just had that done today. Yes. Oh, thank you for that. Let me give you the obligative sound effect. There we go. What that puts up to 263,874 out of 300,000, so 87%. So we are 13% away. Those of you who don't know, I did mention in the last couple of streams that I'm going to change. I can't change the name of the challenge once you've started, but basically just from a purely financial reason, I'm going to split. Instead of doing one 24-hour show, I'm going to split it into two 12-hour streams. You can automate that sound effect with your own. I thought you could do that with your own board. I thought your own board couldn't do anything connected to the challenges. As far as I was aware, it couldn't in challenges. But yeah, we're gonna split it into two 12-hour streams instead of one 24, just from a purely financial. But would you get two streams instead of one? So there you go. Win-win. Yeah, I don't think kindly on board one. I seem to remember you saying that. Yeah. Before we go any further, sound check, music level, mic level, is everything sounding? Obviously the game not on itch kind of the game level, but yeah. When I'm on the new rig, I am going to set up the onboard. It's just finding the time to do it. It's okay for now. Good. Speaking of the music we're pretty much exclusively play on this channel is Relic Records, which is all DMZ free music for content created. Where's my button? There's my Relic button on info. No. Commands? No. Okay, maybe that button's not fixed. Yeah, when I basically I backed up my Stream Deck profile and then set up the Stream Deck software on my new rig, and then uploaded the profile, and certain buttons and things don't work. Possibly due to changing of directories of certain files and things. Oh, thank you, Sammy. There you go. Records. Yeah. There you go. There's a website. Yeah, there's a favorite album called Railgun and Low Fab, which is one called Upsy Spoons, and I recommend an album called Tiberius Nexus. And you can put one on there. Yeah, I must fix that button actually. I don't know why that particular button doesn't work, because that's not got anything other than connecting to the Twitch channel. It's not got any direction, so that should just work, but it's not. It is a clickable link. I can click on it. That's a clickable link. Might not show up a clickable your end, but that is a clickable link. So yeah, so since we last, not for you. Well, maybe that's a mobile thing, but you've got a strange, you have a strange version of Twitch app because you've got a strange phone. So let me just see if I go on my app, my phone. Channel. I'll have to do it again because it won't go up. Oh yeah, on the mobile app, it's not a clickable link. That's interesting. So it is a clickable link on browser on a computer, but not on a mobile app, not in the app. Oh, the YouTube one. Again, that shows it's clickable for me. It's just an app thing that it has got an HTTP the front on the link for the for the YouTube page. Yeah. Oh, you mean add the HTTP bit to Velka Records address, and then that'll make it clickable on an app. That's what you mean? Right, I'll do that. I'll make a note of that. Yeah, I will fix that after stream. Let me make a note of that. You do that on my phone, and I will do that after stream. Right. So yeah. So since the last time we did Minecraft, we did a little update. Website update. We updated some of the mods because some of the mods had updated versions for 1.1.2, and we added on because it was requested by Jedi. We added two things. We added on a farming for blockheads, a little farming add-on, and we added something called Mekanism, which is a tech mod, which Jedi requested. So we're going to be, as the title says, messing about with Mekanism today. At least trying. I also wanted to see what's going on the farm and see if anyone's been on and actually done stuff with the Mekanism mod while it was, but I haven't been on. Last streamed it, which was Tuesday last week. So let us hit this button and go over to here. I'll go on to the server. You can join the server, by the way. It's free to join. Just need to be on Auto. I will do as well. I'll open the comms. Anyone wants to join me, I'll be in open comms on the Discord. Channel is no. Now be on? No? Yes? No? No? It's not. Why is it not open? Try that again. There we go. Open comms are open. Yeah, if you want. Oh, the Discord link not working either. Right, money type it in. Fix that. I don't know why the links button you think would work, because the links don't have anything behind them. It's just literally what we type onto the app button itself. So you would think they would still work. It's the Discord link anyway. Right. Okie dokie, that's good. Good. Oh, actually, I've just remembered something. Two things I wanted to say before we do anything. Let me just go back to here for 2 seconds. Because, a couple of things. It's the time of the year again where we do a road trip on Euro Truck Simulator 2 with the Pro mods, which you've seen on the Mekanism before. Literally, you can go anywhere in Europe. And last year was a bit of a disaster due to technical issues with it, with my old rig, and everything's just we're getting code overload all of a sudden. That's interesting. Went fine last week. Hello sir. Yeah, I know. It's strange. It's about fine last week. I mean, I was streaming No Man's Sky on Saturday, no problem. Also, I'm installing the Exodus Hank. That is installed. Pretty much since what's right now. Did that yesterday. So yeah, we're gonna do another European road trip through Euro Truck Simulator 2. Make a week of it. That might be next week or the week after. I'm decided. Hopefully we'll actually finish it this time because we're on a new rig now. It seems to work alright. I only tried one game once so far because it took a while. It took quite a long time to download it, and then took quite a long time for it to install. So I only got to test one game out on it. But yeah, so we will do. What I'm thinking is we're going to do one week. Going to do the road trip thing, and then we'll do a retro week, and we'll use the Exodus program, and basically I think it's like 7,500 games on there or something. No, it wasn't the game that took ages to install. It was the launch box thing took ages to install. Like the Exodus itself. Like when it runs the command prompt and it does all the installs, that took ages. Anyway, yeah, so we're gonna have a road trip week and we're gonna have a retro week in August, and we're also presumably we're gonna hit this target for the 24-hour section of our stream, which we're now going to split into two 12-hour streams. I believe we're going to have a 12-hour stream as well. So it's going to be a busy month. Right, that was the news. Back to the game. Yep. Right. Okie dokie. So. Oh, my own door's open. Does that? That's a back door. I mean, really mosquito. Yes, this is true. It's absolutely true, right? Yeah. Now that we've got the furniture mods on, one thing I need to do is to build the furniture for this house, but I haven't got that yet. Do I like pinball? I do, and I did notice there was a first-person pinball game. That was the one I tried. There's also it's a great game on the NES called Pinball. It's like a futuristic pinball game. I think I may have done that on stream with pinball in ages. Well, do you remember the do you remember the Microsoft pinball? It was a pinball game that came like in the same thing as like Solitaire and stuff like that. Yeah, actually like that. The Microsoft pinball. I presume you can still get it on the store. I've not tried. Right, where's me? There it is. Where's get it? I don't have it. Is it not on the store? The Microsoft store? You would think. Oops. Let's grab that. You'd thought it would have been on the Microsoft store, wouldn't it? Oh, it got overloaded again. I might not be able to do that while I'm streaming. The minute I clicked on that link, it dropped frames. Yeah, let's go and check out the. Still haven't done any road marking yet. I need to do that. Oh no, I've gone past the turn up. Need to do that. Yep. Not planting anything in here yet. Oh. All gone. Interesting. Oh, controller there. No, no. Not seeing this stuff go good last time, so where's that gone? That's interesting. That is interesting. It would appear that maybe Malice has moved them. I made a new version of the DOS box. Yeah, where's he moved all that veg we grew last time? Interesting. Dome was. Oh yeah, I remember the dome. That was the thing you gave me, wasn't it? Yeah. That. Right. So yeah, so we've now got this mechanism thing. You can. Mecha suit body armor. You can build like a mech suit. Ultimate control set. Oh, pressurized reaction chamber. Your machines to build it. Okay. Interesting. Fused alloy. Metallurgic infuser. Which just picks up with how much better. Yes, in new mod added, so yeah, you can build literally have mech suits now. But you need certain machines. You need a metallurgic infuser. How do we build a metallurgic infuser? Where is it? Oh, you just literally just need iron, furnace, osmium. I mean osmium. Now that could be an issue because it'll probably not spawn anywhere near spawn town because you're probably going to have to go to new spawn block to be able to find it. What? Osmium? What osmium you mean? Was the osmium? Yeah, we're not going to find that around here. We're going to have to go quite a way out to find some, I would think. Osmium. ZPMs. We need. It's a different server, I think. It's a completely different server now. That one. Let me just do this, and then I'll give you a little tour. Stick and iron stick. After green card. Where's my crafting? Okay, what about what do you mean you don't like what they're doing with? Oh, you mean that whole business about they can ban you from a server without a cause, you mean? Why didn't that sound effect play? That's interesting. Sound effect didn't play, did it? I look hungry. Yeah, I did read about that. They just yeah, they haven't said it earlier. Yeah, no, I get that. Yeah. Okay, that's right. Okay, let's. Don't know why the sound effect didn't play or the graphic. Supposed to. Why that's not working? Supposed to. Let me find it. Where is it? Supposed to bring that up on the screen. And then do this. Yeah, if it's a server you're hosting, then they shouldn't have any control over it, really. Yeah, it's on any service, really. There you go, there's the sound effect you should have played. I don't know why it didn't, I just manually played it there. I'll have to look at that. For some reason the iron board's not working with that. I don't know why. Okay, so let's go back to my house sleep, and then we'll give Hank a little tour of the. If he's not seen this before. That's rather fascist. Yeah, it is actually, isn't it? Although I don't know how they could rule that over private service, because I have no control over private service, do they? I don't know how they could enforce that on a private server. You've been playing by others, and you would die. Oops, I've gone into the chat. Right, so this is my house. We've only just recently got the furniture mod back on, so I haven't got around to rebuilding the furniture in my house yet. So yeah, not a lot to say. You got a garden at the back, but again, we've only just got the crops mod back on, so I'm not dealing with it yet. Yeah, so if you get banned from one server, you get banned from every server. I know, that's a bit of a. So yeah, so this is my house. I haven't got around to putting a roof on it yet. This is Jedi's house here. Over there across the bridge, that is the land of Malice. Oh, hang on. What's going on there? That is Malice's domain. It's Jedi's house. It's a power generator that we've cunningly disguised in a metal box. We've got lights and everything, street lights. This is the Irish Embassy, which has been on every server we've had. Let me first go past Jedi's house. Down here, follow the road. See there. We've got some docks, which is just decoration really, on the left. Down here. I don't know why Malice built that generator on the car park, but it's quite annoying. This is how our Spawn City is powered. This two water wheel generators that generate all our power. This is our community storage. Refined storage mod. I can find it again. I know. Well, problem is you can't do round things in Minecraft, can you? So how could you make a plank class? Get loads of stuff in there. There's also refined storage also gives you wireless access as well, so I can wirelessly access my storage, which is in my house from here. In fact, I can do it from quite a distance. In here we have our workshop with community machinery, and this is all immersive engineering stuff. You find storage stuff, so we haven't got any mechanism stuff set up yet, but we've got the space to do it. I believe Jedi did most of this. I believe there's a top floor, or there was a top floor. Yes. Oh yeah, that's judiciously wise heard. Machinery. Back down. Oh, there's also an underground. This was a area for the, what do you call it? Yes, for the plastic thing, wasn't it? Yeah. Thing that gives you plastic balls. So at the back of here, we have some more. This is liquid storage. I don't know why that looks like it's got lava in it. I don't know why someone put that in that. More machinery, furnaces. Up here, we have a very much work in progress sort of wood logger machine that Jedi's built, which I believe does work in a fashion. Flip the switch. It's quite loud though, but yeah. It basically drops a TNT onto a block of wood, or whatever that is. Obsidian. Yeah. Yeah, no, it's actually hurting, so I'm going to turn that off. Don't know. We've got a big area here, which I haven't got anything on yet. Basically, what we've done, Hank. Oh, why is there 3 red? What are they? I have to look at them. Basically, this is the aerial shot. This is the map of the town here. We've basically divided it into 4 districts. So the one I'm in now is the industrial district. This over here is the market district. This down here is the farm district. Malice is going to be carried away expanding the farm and is actually encroached on Sub-Zero's land. This is the residential district, where I live. Got Malice's area land to the west there. Let's turn down there, and then to the north, that is Phoenix's tower, and then we've got Sub-Zero to the east. I'm going to the south as we get. Oh, and we also got up here, further north. This is Jedi's little domain up here. But yeah, I don't know what them red spots are. I'll have to go investigate that. Gonna leave the cart. Let's get back in the cart. Go up here, past, and we've got this. This is the centre of the city. There's actually a spawn, a waystone thing on top of there, but it's work in progress. That's just decorative. There's nothing that you can walk through on the inside. If we come, that was a bridge that's in progress to the farmland where I've just been. But we'll go back there again, shoot it again, go back down. Yeah. Actually, we'll do the farm last because been there. Oh, missed the road there. So, this is our post office. And actually, it is a working post office because everybody, these are ender chests. Everybody has an ender chest outside their house, their base of the houses, and then they connect to these, so we can literally post things to each other. It's quite cool. If I want to send something to, say, Mr. Phoenix, that's showing what is in his post box outside his tower. So I can just pop something in, like, I don't know. Put them on bottom. Um, like a mud ball, for example. Right? Click on Phoenix's thing, pop the mud ball in, and that'll now appear at his. That's pretty cool. We've also got. I'm gonna make a post fan if you can with the car mod. I just haven't got around to doing it yet. This side we've got a petrol gas station, which is working and fully up and running. Although it might need some more gas, biodiesel that you're creating. But in the middle of it is a. Looks like mod has already made plugins to break the reports. The Minecraft won't get their Mojang won't get their reports, but yeah, and this building is a. We go a bit further along. This is a jailhouse. Now we did have a jail mod, but then when we updated, we had to remove the mod because it didn't have an update. It's currently a bit defunct, this building, because we don't have the jail mod anymore. City jail. But it does have 4 working jails in. One's even got Josh's cell. The idea of the jail mod, which we must look at getting back on if it's been updated, is basically by command. If somebody breaks the rules, you can just jail them, and it'll just teleport them into the jail cell for a set period of time. And then when they've served the time, it will. So that's why none of them have got door handles or levers on. It will then TP them into the into this room, the custody desk. Which now we've got the furniture mod on, we can actually put a proper desk in here. Yeah, thank you for. Why is the keep hydrated thing? Why am I the inboard sound effects not working? That is strange. Thank you for that, Starian. I will get that in a moment. I'm sure they were working on Saturday. That's really weird. There we go, that's the sound effect it's supposed to play. I get yeah, so then you get TP'd here into custody. And I've not got a button on the side to open the door, that was a mistake. TP'd to here. But obviously that doesn't work because we haven't got the model at the moment. And this room is under construction. I was toying with the idea of using a command mod and setting up various command mods with buttons on so that I could just, by the press of a button, TP a certain player into jail. But because there's so many players, you would need quite a few blocks setting up, so it was a bit complicated. If we go out the front of here, see through the trees, this is going on again. This is Mr. Phoenix's tower, which is carried over from the previous server. And if we click on the end chest, you'll now see the mud balls are there. So yeah, and it works at any distance. So like, Josh and right, and Alchemist have a base quite far away. Like, how many blocks away? Here you go, 1600 blocks away, and it still works. So this is the main. He's done that with it. Last time when we just filled the floor in. Head back. How do I get through the trees? Can't get through the trees. There we go. The reverse here. Oh, obviously good, it's reversing. Then up here we head into the market district. This way first. Slime farm, that was the word, not a plastic slime farm. That underground thing looked before. So we have, this is a spider web farm thing, spawner thing down there. This is a trading centre. So supposed to be villages, and then you put villagers in here with certain apparatus, and it turns them into certain types of things, Tillsmith, and then you can trade with them. Unfortunately, when we get raids, the raiders tend to kill the villagers. There's not many in. There's one. He's a shepherd. You can trade things with him for emeralds. I do think we need to make this an indoor building like we had on the old server. Something getting killed. This is a little shop thing that Malice built, where you can trade diamonds for emeralds. See there, 3 diamonds for 32 emeralds. And then here, this is just here. Oh, actually, we'll drive over there. This is the tavern, one of the few buildings we carried over from the old server. So it needs a bit of work fixing the gutter in. I did some of it last time I done. This guy here is something that the farmer blockheads had in. So emerald muncher, and you can trade seeds. You can buy seeds off him for emeralds, which I don't have any at the moment. And yeah, this door and everything, steps and everything are not fully set up, and the door's not working properly yet. We haven't got a table and chairs back yet, which is something I need to do actually. And it's a community area for food. And then there's some guest rooms up height there. The plan eventually is the farm, which we're going to go to next. We're using refined storage. We'll have everything, all the crops that we harvest, stored in the refined storage at the farm, and then using a terminal, we'll then put a terminal in here, and you can literally just access all the stuff, all the crops that are in the farmhouse from the terminal here without having to bring everything across. Kind of make those cupboards redundant a little bit, but see what food have we got here. Garlic chicken, bread, pie. Ooh, cookies. Yes, we'll have some cookies. Cookies. Speaking of cookies, I've got it hydrated in a any Colour Ranch RPG mods in here, like I had a Neverender. No, I did look at we did look at some you already redeemed that, Starian. Or you just want to see if the thing worked. Available stuff, dungeons and what have you. Not really. Cookies. Yeah. And then the only other place left go is to the farm, which I were before. Whoa. We need to get road markings done. Eventually, that bridge, whenever it gets finished, is going to basically take you over the top of the farm and the market district and out the other side, and so you can get to Sub-Zero's. Oh, it's a mini skeleton, baby skelly. Ah, it got me. How does mob spawn in it with inside the spawn? It shouldn't have. Oh, he's not standing still long enough for me to hit him. Oh, that must be out of energy now. Right, go the old-fashioned way. Damn it. Let me just TP back to that death point. Okay, that's not working. The other light thing's not working. Maybe it's this. Oh, there it is. Oh, it is working, but it's screwed up for some reason. That's not helpful. Right, yeah. So this little bridge made by Malice. Although we do have bridges in this mods. This is a TARDIS that Josh made. Oh, he's done more work in his last time I was in here. Cool, isn't it? There is actually a very cool Doctor Who mod called Dalek mod, which I have. But the mod's so big, it you can run a whole server with just Dalek mod on because it adds so many things in, like working TARDISes and Daleks and sonic screwdrivers and all sorts of things. And there's an official Dalek mod server which I played on. I have streamed before actually. Although I haven't actually got it set up on the new rig, but from this way. Also SCP mod. Oh, is there? Big as there would be. Right. Yeah, this is our farm down here. Now, last week, I planted loads of new crops on the farm and they were gone. This is one I got on the bridges. Animals, crops, farmhouse here. Marla's built this. A little farmhouse. At the moment, we've got a rudimentary, just generic storage system, but we're going to put refined storage in there eventually. Also, what's really cool is that the refined storage and storage drawers work together, so that's kind of nice. Animal barn. Oh, is he putting animals in these? That's what he's planning to do. But yeah, so last week we planted loads of crops in this area about here, and they're all gone, and they're not in the farmhouse. So Miles must have dug them up for some reason or other. I don't know why. And that is pretty much it. That is the spawn city. You can see from on the map. Why is that a line on the map there? That's interesting. Like a line on the map. Oh, I think the map's screwed up because look at the. Yeah, I think the map's bugged. But it's fairly large. To get the that substance metal we need for the Mekanism mods, that one beginning with O, as I said before, we're gonna have to go out quite far to get it. But before I do that, let me go and get the that clock and the keep idea they go from Stallion, and I will be right back. Okay, I am back. Thank you, Stone, for the second call. Keep it great. I have a ginger nut, ginger biscuit. And some so. Yeah, I don't know why the onboard triggers are not working. I can only assume that because I copied the whole onboard folder over from one drive to the other, that maybe could have reset up the triggers. I don't know. Something I would have to look into. Right, tell you what we'll do. I don't know why the map's fucked. That's weird. Is it just over the town? Yeah, over there, it's fine. Oh, look, there's lights there. I wonder if I might be able to lock it off back in again. See if that fixes the But yeah, I might have to look at that at resetting, recreating the figures. I don't know why it's strange because like the triggers are all still there. The scenes and everything on OBS are the same. Why it's not working? Right, has that fixed the map? Yes, it has. Oh, there we go. That's good. Red markers. Rival has a little base over there. Oops. Right, that's it. Right. Last time we were on, we put got a new road. You didn't have to drive all the way around from the farm to my house. We haven't got any horses. That's giving you stats on how high they can jump and the speed. Oh, not on the wolf though, on the horse. Okay, that graphic's messed up, isn't it? graphic of the Optifine, hasn't it? We're using a version of Forge that Optifine doesn't like. Basically, one of the mods, in order to get it to work, required us that we had one of the mods that we updated required a slightly updated version of Forge than what we were using, or I was using rather. And Optifine haven't done any more updates for this version of Forge. This version of Minecraft have just gone straight to 1.19, so that's why things are a bit balked. Problem is, I can't run this shader that I use without Optifine. So I could just remove Optifine to fix the issues, but I would have no shader. I'd just be doing Minecraft, which I don't really want to do. So, right, let's have a look. What's the farthest away? Oh, the one marked far away. Yeah, that'll be it, 11,000. We're gonna have to go TP to there, see if we can find stuff. But first, have I got? Take a saddle with me on the off chance. Hang on, is there? Oh, the saddle on my portable grid already. Oh, okay. Saddle in there already. Across the horse. Right. Also, do we need to charge? Don't know how we did that. Everald, hello sir. How are you doing? Thank you for the literally just we haven't got any nether traveler waypoints that far away. Also, Wallace, what did you do with all the crops we were growing last week? They're all gone. That crop field's completely empty. Was No Man's Sky earlier? What No Man's Sky earlier? I did No Man's Sky earlier. No Man's Sky on Saturday, if that's what you're referring to. Oh, I spelled your name wrong on the button. That's right. That's not right. Scott Tag should play No Man's Sky. Malice's work. Yeah, let me just fix. Yeah, all them crops we were growing in that part of the farm last week, Malice, all gone. Did you remove them or? That's not what I want. I want sound setting. I want deck. Right, that should be fixed now. There we go. Really, Emerald? Really? Yeah, so basically, crops in storage after all the bone meal mini farming I did last time. Alright, because I couldn't see any cabbages or them other ones, only carrots and potatoes. Interesting. But yeah, so the mechanism adds in. The thing I was looking at was, you can build a mech suit, but to build a mech suit, you need the circuits. No, that's not what you need. What was it? Yeah, we need a metallurgic infuser. And to build a metallurgic infuser, we need iron, but this osmium, and that's obviously because we're adding this into a existing server. It's only going to spawn in unexplored chunks, basically. So we're going to have to go quite far to get it. I think we've got neck power looking at men weaponization to knows what stuff. Max, can I suggest that you remember how on the previous server the trading centre was an indoor building? Can I suggest that we go back to one of them, because that would then prevent the raiders from getting in, wouldn't it? It'd be more secure. And also, did you see that the farming for blockades that you recommended added in a new villager? New trader? Well, it 1,000 blocks in the Nether equals 7,000 in Overworld. Yeah, but that's not gonna. You're not gonna. That obviously, whatever it's called, is not gonna appear in the Nether, is it? But it seems like most things in this mod use that. I mean, if we pick. Yes. Right. That's something not something smaller. One of these units, for example. Are they? Oh, yeah. Because they all use alloys, and to alloys you need the metallurgic infuser. So we need this metallurgic infuser. Yeah, so we're not going to find any of that osmium ore in town, so we're going to go out quite a bit. First, I'm just going to run over to the farm. What's the other 4 things you can craft with that? With what? Oh, loads of machinery. Yeah, well that was the far away waypoint thing I had. So much stuff is that in. With the infusion alloy. Oh, so you've got metallurgic infuser, you've got a basing and fusing factory, advanced infusing factories, elite fusing factories, ultimate infusing factories. I'm going to guess that they're going to need that out the same alloys as well. Basic. There's so many. We're gonna have to make the workshop bigger. I can't find it on there. Basic confusing, enriching, wow, there's so many different things. Basic. Burns people away. Yeah. I mean, by the looks of it, we could probably replace and thingy with this. Okay, it's not showing me. Oh, there you go. Crafting. Oh, it's just the graphics are weirded out for some reason. You need a metallurgic infuser to make them. Make it right, and metallurgic infusers require osmium. What do we call it? Osmium. Yeah. What seems the main one we need is this one. The osmium. Everything. I haven't come across anything else that needs to. Lithium dust. How do I make lithium dust? Lithium. Lithium. Oh, just one. Yeah. Okay. So, oh well, the weather's pretty bad here. So why didn't you replant what the stuff that you when you harvest it, or why didn't you replant it, Wallace? Because it's the farm's just been left there. No, so I don't want to be in here. Well, I thought Jedi would be coming back on because he's on the ask for Mechanism, so I assumed we had Mechanism would come back on. Oh yes, come to charge this up. When we could theoretically just replace engineering with Mechanism, but I don't think, by the looks of it. Oh, it does. Electric bow. Does have weapons in it. Flame. Starian, if you're still there, there's an actual flamethrower. No, I want one of them. Tin, flint and steel, bronze. That's easy enough. Quantum control circuit, which you need. Yes, you need the metallurgic infuser to make alloys, don't we? Oh, that's why you're not on, because they're using the pen on the. You've only got one computer, have you? I presume. Oh, I've left me gun in the thing, haven't I? Right. Yeah, gun charged. The only problem I've got with mine and stuff is I don't have all my axes are pretty low on health, and I have no diamonds, so I can't repair them. I do have that golden pickaxe actually. That's a good point. Use that. I don't know how the graphics is messed up. I guess that's an Optifine thing. I could use I've got a golden pickaxe, so touch. But I don't want to use any of the diamond ones because they're nearly like low on health, and I've got nothing to repair them with. And as far as I'm aware, you don't have any diamonds in here. The diamond chest plate. Yeah, the menu for that thing is pretty screwed up. Make some iron ones and empty the inventory. That's a good point, actually. Yeah. I might want to also make some more ammo for my gun. Just realised I come over here and I didn't need to. I could have done that from a wireless thing, never mind. Also, why are all my markers suddenly on? What are we on? Right, what can we get rid of? Dirt, yeah. Dirt we don't need. Scaffolding. Carrying them right now. I've got this thing, the ender bag. But theoretically, with that chest, I can transfer things to it. Any distance. I can't actually click on it right now, but very dull. Yeah, I don't think that's shit, but I think that's Optifine. Basically, as I said earlier, when we added these mods on, the Mekanism and we updated some others, it required one of the mods we updated required nothing lower than a certain version of Forge, which wasn't the one I was using. So when I updated my Forge, the minimum mod required, I discovered that wasn't compatible much with Optifine. And the problem is if I remove Optifine, then I lose my shader because the shader I use needs Optifine. So I'm gonna have to just put up with it because I can't play it without any shaders or anything. So yeah, so I think the ender bag thing still works. I can't click on the chest. A bit random, but only work of test is chunk loaded because it will take an inventory find. Won't extract from it if it's a loaded chunk. I mean, it used to work. And you're going to be far enough away, those will be loaded. I mean, I don't have any ender chest. Apart from that ender chest, I don't have any. Just yeah, menu's all skewed. Really should clean my portable storage, but don't need that. Don't need asphalt right now. Don't need plus andesite. planks only there. I might have to make some a set of iron armor as well, just so I've got some armor. Like that. End of the. That is. Do that. That's. Halfway through playing this album and then it just switches to another YouTube video. Do that. One thing you need is pickaxe, weapon, food, maybe an axe. Yeah. I thought I'd go rid of dirt. I can also just stick them in the kitchen. Okay. Oh, I've got 1,000 storage in there, so I could just free some space up. Take these out and stick them in. Dent, is it? Yeah, perfect. Yep. Anything else? Both of them are like really done. Yeah, yeah. That's fun. Feeling that's my. Oh, yes. Oh. I haven't got any space. Some slabs. Steve. Stone. Right. We are. How is that like 186? In. Shells, we don't need to carry them. Steel rods, you do with them. That is, yeah, so we keep them because that is ammo. Do we? Oh, I've got a boat in there. That's handy. You need that. That should be enough space. You don't need to select each item when you're trying to store it. Kind of. What do you mean? Don't select each one? I'm just trying to free up space in my portable storage. So I've now got put the store stuff in. Stick there. Else. Oh, the lever. Right. Oh, the mud balls. Yeah, right. Yeah, two different storage. So I've got my main, which is this, right? Which I can access with the wireless crafting grid, but that's restricted by distance. And then I have a portable one, which is 1,000 storage, which I can access anywhere I want because it's portable. That's what one I was clearing. Right, what I want to do, I thought might be an idea. Have some more torches. Oh, why is I doing that with a treated stick? No. Why is that doing it with it? Do it with that. There we go. Oh, I meant to put them casing in the thing. I should put that. Do. Right, we've got a little bit over than we need, but that's fine. Yeah, so we need to craft some iron pickaxe. And I wonder if it might be worth doing some iron armor. No protection is better than no protection. Oh, I didn't do the leggy. Right. Okay. wrong one. That's the wrong one. Go all tooled up. Right. Right, I'm gonna take some food with me, and we need to drop off the seeds in the kitchen. Let's go and start. There. With me as well. Oh, it's nighttime and dark, so we will. I'm not streaming like a sick of Mechanism plot yet. 1 hour 40 minutes. Well, if you manage to 10-minute start, an hour and a half playing. But then actually that's not true because I did about 5 minutes to 10 start, so it's actually about an hour 20. Right, so now let's TP away to the farthest waypoint we've got. Let me have a look at the map. We'll go straight ahead because we're really undiscovered. Ooh, what are they? Ah, well that's a good sign. That's a harvest craft mod, which is something I didn't recently. So if they're appearing this far out, then good for mechanism stuff, isn't it? I'm gonna go a bit further. I'm guessing I don't know what level you've got to dig down to get them. Oops. Don't want that, I didn't mean to do that. No, I want to break them. True. Yeah, so anybody got any ideas how far down at what level this stuff will appear? Yeah, it's because, as I said, as I mentioned a couple of times already at my list, that it's because one of the mods we updated requires a certain version or upwards of Forge, and Optifine stopped doing 1.18.2 versions at a certain version of Forge. If I remove Optifine, it means I remove my shader, and I'll have no shaders at all because the shader requires Optifine. Don't really want to do that. But yeah, anybody got idea how far down we're gonna have to go find the ingots that we need for mechanism? Well, not really. I mean, look, the sound effect never wins, right? Okay, we'll go over here. Oh, that gives a clue. Copper, iron. I don't know, it looks like it's blue. Good point. I don't even know what it looks like. Harvest craft tree, it is. Lychee fruit, well that's a good sign. We're out far enough for new things to spawn. Right, this is a good place to dig. Oh, it's done that thing again. See that? Man. The only way I can fix that is to turn the shader off. Which crashed the game last time. Basically, the shader's blocking out because it uses Optifine, and Optifine doesn't have a version that works with the version of Forge that we need for the server. Because they stopped doing 1.18 versions at a certain point and then jumped to 1.19. If I'd known this, I wouldn't have updated the mods the other day. I'd known this was going to happen. I would have just left them. A complimentary shader of BSR. No? Putting overloaded. I'll say everything worked well until we upgraded the mods the other week, and then we had to upgrade Forge. Oh, I'd upgrade Forge. If I hadn't upgraded the mods, I wouldn't have to upgrade Forge, and then we wouldn't have had this issue. Because it worked fine on the version of Forge I had. BSL. Isn't that British Sign Language, BSL? Not particularly. I have one that's even heavier one, which I haven't tried on this big. I think it kicked me from the server. Yeah, and it has, and the game's crashed. This is what happened last week. And it's crashed, it's killed multi-MC as well. Excellent. Yeah, I had another shader that was even more graphic intensive. I couldn't even run it on my old PC. As I said, this slider and Optifine thing worked fine until we updated Forge, and then it's just everything's bugged. Might have to find it. Well, until we move to 1.19, that's kind of the problem. Is Optifine do 2 or 3 or 4 versions per Minecraft version, but Forge do millions of versions. So that's the problem you run into. If I know it's gonna happen, I just want to update the mods last week. The only sodium iris was Forge, not Fabric. Last time I checked, all the mods we use were up to date at 1.19, except Refined Storage and Immersive Engineering. Now, that's not such an issue if we replace Immersive Engineering with Mekanism. And I think oh, it's done it again. Roll off onto somebody else's. Thing. Look, I think Mechanism has 1.19. Oh, look. Yes, it does. So it's just refined storage, really. Kind of need that. Yeah, refined storage hasn't had an update. 0.19. And given that how most everybody's bases are built around using refined storage for storage, it would cause a bit of an issue if we just removed it. And Immersive Engine, not so much, because not everybody uses it. Immersive Engineering, except for like weapons and stuff, so that's not a huge issue, but oh, and it's crashed again. Oh, in case you're wondering, Evald, that's the log right now. That's what it's what it's telling me. Yeah. Yeah. Is that? Can you read that? Is that clear enough to read? Error loading plugin. I don't think I can make this bigger. I don't think. Other than like fetching the window like that. Is that better? It looks like it's one of the mods is crashing and that's causing it to crash. Try launching it again. No, it's Can you tell me what the version of refined storage? Yeah. Second. Refined storage is 1.10.2. For some reason, this is picking up the game. There we go. Load this time. Like it's crashing again. We may not be able to get back on Minecraft tonight. I wouldn't care. When I streamed this last week, it was working fine. Well, this should be loading without the shade. Oh, there we go. We're in now. The shades and everything should be turned off now. Yeah, they're off now. So it should be alright now. Nice. Oh, one thing I didn't do was I didn't bring the bed with me, did I? I don't think I've got one in my... Got no idea how far down I need to go to find this osmium, whatever it's called. It's also very dark in here now. We do some lights. Interesting. Can we just... Oh, that's clever. I didn't know you could do that. And then that means you've got permanent light. Yeah, that's clever. Got no idea how far down we're going to go to find what we're looking for. Upgrade the car. I upgrade. Also, Mons, why did you plonk a generator on top of the car park outside the community storage? Also, why is that not giving me any light anymore? Torch has gone out. Yes, isn't it? I'm getting no light off the torch anymore. Oh, any level. Oh, well, that's handy. Yeah, this hand torch is not. Oh, it's not lit. Oh, that's annoying. I haven't seen any yet. Oh, well, the golden pickaxe has gone down how quick, hasn't it? Oops, I've just. Oh no, I took it off the front chairs. I'm not finding any ores of any kind. What I could do is I could okay, that didn't do it. That's supposed to remove. That's not supposed to happen. Is it? And I've got no shaders on. Or Optifine, it's not on. So why is that happening? I don't have Optifine or well, actually I do have Optifine on, I don't have the shader on. Maybe Optifine needs to be disabled perhaps. Okay, what we'll disable Optifine. Yeah, I'm going to turn Optifine off. But I'm going to restart the game to do that. The version of Optifine and Forger got really don't like each other, did they? Optifine, turn that off. Alright, launch it again. Two hours, how long soon? Odds of a violence and craft of fluff. I mean, if if I had like better pickaxes, I could do a shapeless mine, and it would just rip up 120 odd blocks in one go. But I don't have any decent value pickaxes. Yeah, if I had diamonds, I would repair the pickaxes. What diamond pickaxes? They've got good enchantments on. There we go, back in. Right. Do 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 do. Very dark all of a sudden, I noticed. Okay. Game's running very slowly now. That's where we came in, right? Or is it this way? Mending. Got a few rounds over. True. So, I'm not seeing any ores of any sort. That's weird, isn't it? Like, not any ores of any kind. I've done it again. Shouldn't I be seeing some sort of ores by now? Like any ore. Ah, aha! Haha! Found some. Fortunately, all my stuff's filled with cobblestone. Yeah, I've gone quite far to get some. That's tinner. Tinner? Oh. loads of tin. Six. I mean, that's... How much did we get? 8. That's not a lot. What's that? In. I mean, I could just... I could just make loads and loads of iron pickaxes and just strip mine everything until we find what we need. Aha. Yeah, tin and both new tin and more common. Continue and see what we're doing. Guess we're gonna need loads. So far we've got 14. Oh wow, that's taking loads of space. Wish to get one. Yeah, I'll check that. Oh, tin. Is there a difference between the mechanism tin and the normal tin now? Boom. Okay. Out of pickaxe. So let's set a win. Okay. Got nowhere to get out of here now, so I'd have to TP. Also, I'm gonna pick a bed up with the hood. Be back to. Oh, everything slowed down all of a sudden. Get mining. Ultramine's a small tunnel. Yeah, I know that. Yeah. Oh, what did you say about? Come on. Hey! No, well, that's not helpful. What did I say about mending before? Build your cluster spawn and get emeralds and a book. I don't have a book, but I could make a book. With 2 emeralds. I got 2 at the moment. Is that like I don't know how mending works. I've never used it. Is that like one mending per tool or what? Exactly. Let's get cobblestone. Stone. Granite. Dirt.
Hello.
Oh, crikey. Oh, jump.
Just thought it was easier to talk to you on this than it is to type it into chat.
Alright, whatever's easy for me.
From the mending book, all you need is any book. I can't remember how many emerald, but just grab some emerald from the shop, and then underneath there's a building in my area. Underneath there, you might have to dig down a little bit. Is a couple of villages. They should have mending in there.
Does the villages what under your base?
Yeah, you'll see it. It's the one opposite the giant farm. It's the white modern building. There should be a small path underneath. There was a teleport pad about somewhere, but I can't remember where I put it. But there should be some mending books underneath there. If not, speak to the villagers, and they'll drop the mending box for you.
Okay, is that the underneath the building that's got Malice written on it?
No, it's a bit further round. It's where the tree farm is, the mine entrance, and the modern building. So to the left of the bridge.
The left of the bridge. I've got it.
Yeah.
I've got. Excuse me, wrong way.
Because I've got like a dozen portals all at the sea temple, and I can't remember which ones go to which. That'll be the other suggestion I get in there.
Building with a path, and stuff. And there's a lever on it.
The stream's like 5 minutes behind by the looks of it, so it's really difficult to see where you are.
There's a lever and there's like a tinted glass floor with an elevator block in the middle.
No, as I say, it should just be a white building. Between you see the villagers inside. In between the two villages should be like a path down. That lever is a mob spawner, which never worked properly.
Ah, is it a white and black building?
Yeah. It should be concrete and other bits.
And then you go underneath it.
Yeah.
So leave it. There's multiple paths.
You can say the stream's like so far behind.
It should only be like a few seconds, 30 seconds.
It seems like an age. So yeah, just below there basically, where that glass panel is.
Yeah, it's just falling down.
Yeah. Like I say, there should be a teleport pad, but I can't remember where it takes you because I don't know where the other side is. Just destroy the glass if you have to. It's fine. There's loads of golems down there as well. I don't know how they got in.
I'm falling in this thing with all the miners now. All the villagers.
If you have to dig, it's fine. But there's loads. You can see loads of chests and books, and if there's none in the chest, then just speak to the villagers.
Am I stuck in here? I'm gonna have to break out.
Yeah, that's for the villagers. I just kill them if you have to as well. They're just spare villagers. Don't worry about it.
Actually, I might not be able to break them because it's your. I don't think I'll be able to. I might have to kill these. I'm sorry.
That's like say it's fine. It's just they're part of a villager breeder, so I can place them no problem. I was just think about moving them anyway, and they were going to be the placements for the ones that died during the raid anyway. And I've removed most of my claim from the area anyway. Because I needed it for the Sea Temple.
Did they just respawn? Because
like I said, there's a villager breed above you, so whenever the villagers breed, they'll pop another one down.
so how do I get?
It might be easier to teleport out. Go again. Looking at this, you're just killing an onslaught of villagers, which might make the trades more expensive if you're not careful.
Let's wait. There we go. Yeah.
There should also be some unbreaking books possibly there as well, which will help make your tools longevity as well by unbreaking free, and there's quite a good selection of villagers down there. You just need the levels to enchant your weapons, and then to get your mending back or to repair your tools, just go to the Enderman farm to repair them with. Should be nice and simple then.
Right, so back at the white building. Which I'm on. Where am I supposed to go?
The villagers on the north, I think, would be the ones that you'd be looking at. There are some more to the south, but I think they're all masons.
Am I supposed to drop down here?
Yeah. That's basically where the villagers breed. Like I said, there's a teleport portal down there where I normally go in. When I was building it, that's where I went in. Just don't go down the trapdoor.
I don't. So I've dropped down where the water bit is, and it's put me in like a box made out of glass, and there's a trapdoor on the floor.
Yeah, so just destroy the if you can see all the golems, just destroy the glass if you can. You should be able to, because I don't think anyone
not
can.
Letting me. Yeah, you still got a claim on your Kingdom of Malice.
I undid that because, like I say, I was.
Well, it's showing up on here.
I'll just unclaim it then. Use the command, I don't care. Just move it.
Yeah, it might let me do it. See? Yes, it does.
Because you noticed, like, I removed quite a lot of that because I had all that area, but I was shrinking it down because I needed the space for the Sea Temple, because I've decided to build an island around my Sea Temple.
Mending. Well, I'll do one.
Well, really, you want mending on everything. So, but it depends how much you've got in terms of books and emeralds.
How many do I need?
Just the one for the pickaxe, but like I say, normally you put mending on absolutely everything.
Yeah, I've already got 2 emeralds at the moment.
We're now a little bit expensive because I can't reduce the cost of them, because there's only a 20% chance they turn into zombies and an 80% chance they die.
So if I put that on there, do I have to put the emerald and the book on there or something?
Yeah, it costs 22 emeralds and 1 book to get the mending enchantment by the looks of it.
Where?
If you've got loads of coal, there are guys over there that will swap coal for emeralds as well, and I think they also swap iron for emeralds.
Do I have to click on something on the left-hand side which says trades, or do I have to put something in the slots to get mending?
Just click on the trade, and it'll put everything you need into the right boxes.
Which one's the one for mending then?
If you highlight the individual box, it tells you what the one is. So on the right hand side of the arrow is what you'll get.
Enchanted book mending. Yeah, that's
yeah.
22 emeralds.
Emeralds, yeah, 22 emeralds.
Yeah, I need. But only 1 book, so yeah, I need more. Another 20. But you said you could trade.
Yeah, there are other villages over there that will trade base materials for emeralds, or like I say, just grab some emeralds from the shop. I've got loads. I just wanted to get people to give me diamonds, and no one's got diamonds apparently.
Yeah, I've never seen diamonds food. I think all the diamonds in the vicinity of the spawns, it must have been mined.
Yeah.
And then everybody's gone off and built their bases, so there's no diamond to be had.
I've only got a couple, but I've got a few stacks of ores that I haven't fortuned yet.
Oh, I'm not arranging my wild child bit there, so.
But if you look at the opposite side of where the chests are, there should be a warp plate on the floor. That's the way in and out. You can remember. But I think it takes you to the temple now.
So we're the ones that are just trades.
They're on the opposite side of these guys.
But
so
yeah,
they go off.
You can see how you've done this with them, with these villages, and you put them inside a building. I think you should do the same with the other traders like you had on the previous server. That might protect them from raids.
I never thought they'd get attacked because it was going to be lit up with the spawn lanterns, so I never thought it'd be an issue. That's why I did it.
Yeah.
But it could possibly enclose it, but that means adjusting the path and maybe having to move the shop I put in. Either that, or I could turn the villages round and enclose the other side.
Maybe. Yeah.
Yeah. It's to look at.
Or could you put it? Could you just put a door in front of them instead of a?
I don't know if zombies destroy doors on normal. They do on hard. Easy, obviously they don't. So a door would help, but I thought also the trapdoors was another option, which is what saved some of them. Because as long as there's no line of sight that anyone can't see them, it should be fine.
There we go. So he gives
trapdoors should be fine.
Emeralds for 4 iron ingots. He's the same. Oh, he gives 15 coal. I've got loads of coal, I think.
Yeah.
You said
so. I think all the toolsmiths take iron or coal, I think, and the armor smiths.
You said there was a warp zone or something. Here.
Yeah, near the glass chamber, opposite the glass chamber.
There it is. Warp plate.
But it will take you to the temple, I think, and then you have to work out which one from the temple to get you back, because I've got like 7 different warp plates.
Oh, wow. First time I've been here.
So... I also noticed a glitch the other day. I'm not sure if you were ever aware of it. I built a nether portal.
Yeah.
In the nether, obviously. I then destroyed it, made a new one, and when I went through the new portal, it took me back to the location of the old portal, even though there was nothing there. No portal, no obsidian, nothing.
And that was with a nether portal, not a waystone?
Yeah, it was with another portal.
That's weird.
Yeah. I mean, there's a waystone there. You should be able to use a waystone just to get back, can't you?
Yeah.
Didn't think of that. Because there's 2 portals in that area. The one close to the storage area, and there's one further away where my mechanism started.
And then one of these waystones goes back to the warp plate.
Yeah. It'll cost you a couple of levels, I think, to get back to home or to spawn. Yeah.
Oh, it's teleported me on top of the building, isn't it? Top of the tower.
Yeah, I think the waystones I need to look at, label them, because they all go to different farms, like the ink farm and the... Have you seen the Empire recently? That is massive. The Empire is amazing.
No.
They've been doing some really good work over there, but I'm not sure I've seen either of them on recently.
No, there was a period about a month or 2 ago where they were on all the time, and then I think Josh got put off by the whole new rules about Mojang could ban you from all servers at once sort of thing, and it kind of put him off.
I think there's a lot of negative press about that. I mean, I can see the benefits for the realms and so forth, but for personal servers, I don't think it should be.
Yeah, if it's a private server, that Mojang shouldn't have any control over whatsoever. Yeah. Cool. I'll talk to you. But apparently, Hank was saying that people. What did he say? People have already made mods that.
Display the message and everything. They don't actually work like they're supposed to. Because what I heard most recently is that even though they can be reported, it's still being eyeballed by real people. It's not an automated service, so it's not that big of an issue. If someone does it and they do it for troll reasons, if there's nothing behind it and that person does it multiple times, then they see who sends the report, they see who is being reported. If that person is reporting maliciously, then that person should get the ban. Or that's the way I saw it.
But it's seeming that it's not just a ban off thing, the server to banning you off all servers. You built a bridge over there.
Again, local servers shouldn't be an issue because that's local.
Yeah. And
they should ban from realms, not from private servers. Or they should be. I mean, you've still got all the unofficial servers that won't implement that anyway.
Yeah, but I'm sure Hank said before that somebody'd come up with a mod that prevents Mojang from checking the server, or whatever it is that Mojang do to check servers. I
wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised.
I tried to go back in my chat, but it won't let me scroll that back.
Yeah.
Find the message that posted about it.
Yeah. Well, you've also got to think of all the hybrid servers, like the Spigot, Bucket, Fabric plugin, Forge plugin, all that stuff, and it's like they're so difficult, and if it's an established community, they've already got hundreds of mods, they've already got their profanity filters filtered in. And it's big enough and it's been long enough, then it's already in place. It's just
we started the very first version of the Awesome Wonder server was a local. It was a locally run server on my machine, and then as more people, because originally it was just me and Crash, and then two other people came, and it went from me and Crash to being about half a dozen people, and we thought, we need a bigger server. So we went with it was I forget what it was called. It was like a free hosting thing, and we used Bucket, and we had Bucket plugin and stuff, and then
something. Sorry.
Go on.
It's something I'm looking into myself because we play either LAN and both our machines aren't really good enough to handle all the server stuff as well as run the client.
Yeah.
They just about manage it, but also if I can get a server, I can get a Bedrock plugin for a Spigot fork, I think.
Right.
In which case, I can get Amelia to play on the Xbox, and she can still join us because we're still using basically vanilla. We're just using Fabric to run vanilla with a couple of extra client-side mods. So, getting that little extra Bedrock plugin makes me, Bedrock and Xbox and PC compatible. Because I can't afford to buy three good PCs for each of us.
Yeah. And then, yes, but the thing on the Bucket plugin is you can't use Forge or anything like that with it. So
there are some you can use in conjunction with Fabric on a server, but they are specific, and I don't know how to do it because I've seen plenty of different servers do it as well.
However, what I will say about the Bucket is it's more like playing vanilla Minecraft because you don't need you don't need to have the. You can go on a server Bucket on and not have the plugin installed. You just can't. If you don't have it installed, you just don't see it.
Well,
so
you can do the same with Fabric, and you can have a Fabric client connect to a vanilla machine. Yeah. It's just the engine in the background running the software. Yeah. So, and again, I've got so on board with Fabric recently because even on my 8-year-old machine, and my partner has got a machine that's only got an Intel graphics card, we're still getting 30 plus frames, no problem. I'm getting nearly 60 on mine, which is a slightly better machine. And we've got, I can run shaders on mine with Sodium and Iris, and there's a lighting engine I think called Starlight, which is very good as well. It replaces the Minecraft lighting engine. It just makes things so much better. But all of that wouldn't have been possible without Optifine in the first place. Just the issue with Optifine is it's a closed software, so no one knows exactly how it works, and it can be a bit slow to update.
Yeah, I mean, there's 130,000 call on this. But yeah, I think the only way around that rules thing is if you were, as you say, you were hosting your own server rather than using an online hoster, which Mojang can seemingly get access to.
Well, it's all depending on the base software, the 1.19, because even Fabric Forge, what's the other one, Paper, and the other ones, they all still need to use Mojang's original assets, and they can't, exactly just bypass a core feature as it becoming. Well, I don't know enough about programming. I think they can, but
Yeah, I mean, Hank had his own Minecraft server that was called Neverender, and it was a heavily modded server, but it was like ridiculous. It was like hardcore mode. It was like ridiculously hard to play. It was really fun, but he hosted it himself on his own server. So I guess if you did that, that would get around the rules, but it's a lot of money hosting your own server.
And plus, you've got to think of the safety issue as well. If you've got open server, even if it's not fully open, it's going to be accessible, and then.
I bet someone, as I said, what Hank mentioned before about people got mods to block it. I bet people find ways around it.
Well, if Mojang listens properly, they will listen and interact with the community, because the community is bigger than Mojang, basically.
And if they don't, the hosting site will find a way around it.
They have to agree with certain terms and conditions, I believe, for hosting.
Really?
I would have thought so. Things like you can't sell the assets, or because they're not actually selling the assets, are they? They're just selling a space to run the software. There's a whole thing. So things like modifying that software is against terms and conditions.
Oh,
Very
wow.
much like that Destiny streamer recently who was in the news feeds. Bungie are suing him for multiple accounts of what is it? Trying to get around bans. He's had multiple accounts banned. He uses on-screen hacks when he streams, and blatantly, basically, yeah, they're trying to sue him for multiple things. And some part of that is modifying in-game code, which is what they do to get the wall hacks to work. So when it comes to anything like, proprietary software or assets, you'll be very careful.
Right, okay. There's 130,000 things of coal in the community storage. I don't think it's going to be needed, so I've just taken.
That's probably there is a limit to how much they will give per coal, though.
But it was 22. It was 22.
Yeah, you'll get. I mean, for what I can see on screen there, you'll get plenty of emeralds for that. Like I say, they will turn down to you and say, "I don't want any more coal," and they'll have to come back later to be refreshed. Which is why the raid farm's better for emeralds.
Why have you built iron golems inside this thing?
I didn't. They got every time a villager is spooked, and they will spawn an iron golem.
Oh.
Until a point where they become exhausted and can't sleep again, and they won't reproduce any more golems. It's like a mini iron farm down there as well, but I don't know why it happened, because as far as I was aware, it was all lit up and fine. So, and I'm scared to kill them, because they've got like a 3-block reach on my 2-block, even with sweeping edge 3. So,
oh, there you go. He's refused to give me any more. Oh, I'm too short as well. Yeah. 22.
If you do just click on the button that's underneath the words trades, it will just transfer everything you need over every time. You don't have to individually put in stacks.
Oh, okay. I wonder if the other guy might do it. Do you have one?
I mean, you'll also be getting a bit of XP for this, but with you being over 30 levels as well, the exponential decrease in level gain is really bad.
So how long will it take for him to... oh, he's dropped his thing to 14 now. Interesting. How long will it take for him to...
It varies. It's on a random tick speed. Sometimes you can destroy the workstation and put it back, but I found that unreliable. That's why I've got multiple guys there all do coal.
There's a third Tillsmith. He that's handy.
Even check some of the armor smiths as well. They might do coal. I can't remember this. I did this so long ago. I did this before I did the raid farm, and once I got the raid farm, I just pours emeralds and totems and redstone, glowstone. But you've got to AFK there and be constantly tapping the button.
Okay, I've got enough. So that mending thing, that mending bucket, can you only apply that once?
You can only apply it once, and then what happens is whenever you gain XP, it will go to fix the tool or the item first, and then the XP left over from that tool's repaired goes into your enchanting levels. Sorry,
something just fell over in my kitchen. So the crash.
Is there none in the chests?
You what?
Are there no books in the chests for mending? Did I empty them? Because I'm close to moving.
No, the mending chest is empty.
Okay, fair enough. I probably used them all.
I'm just going to quickly go and check what it was that fell over. Give me about 2 seconds.
Thinking, in fact, I probably used the mending on the axe that he got in his inventory, which is my axe. Malice's axe of awesomeness in his inventory has been sat there for weeks. I want that back. I think there's 36, possibly 37 enchantments with 1.19 with the Swift Sneak, and I must admit, Swift Sneak is absolutely amazing if you haven't got it. Ugh. I know Dan's not. I'm just talking to everybody else because he left it on a really weird screen.
Right, I'm back. It was just the air I collapsed. I had some
Just yeah.
Yeah, I had some washing up before. We looked like it was going to rain, so I brought it in, and then I just stuck it on the area. It was a bit damp, and the area just seemingly collapsed itself.
I was just saying to the general world out there that there's like 36 or 37 enchantments with the 1.19 using maybe even 39 actually because of different levels of Swift Sneak. But Swift Sneak as part of the new Ancient City is one of the best enchantments you can ever get.
Which one's that?
The new one from 1.19, Swift Sneak.
Swift Sneak?
Yeah, you stick it on your leggings and basically it makes you walk faster whilst crouching.
Okay.
So basically you sort of crouch at, I think, just a bit faster than walking speed or just at walking speed. So it's actually, for things like bridging in the end, it's really good, but also quite dangerous because you are moving so much faster. If you miss that sneak button.
So I've now got a mending book. How do I use that?
You need an anvil.
An anvil?
Yeah.
Yeah, I have one.
And then just stick the mending book and the item to be enchanted into the anvil. It'll tell you how many levels to do, and then you can just pull it out if you've got enough levels. And then if that item is mostly destroyed, go to the Enderman farm or the Blaze farm, whatever, and just get some XP or some bottles if you've got some bottles. Bottles of enchanting. They're basically XP bottles.
Alright.
Which is another thing with the new update. In 1.19, you can do Warden farms to get the Sculpt Catalyst. The Sculpt Catalyst will give you like 40 XP per block destroyed, which is a lot more than the bottles of enchanting, but in 1.19 they lowered that, so that farm is now basically pointless because you get a lot less, unless you want sculpt blocks, obviously.
Oh, there we go. So it's mended it.
Other way around. You're enchanting the pickaxe. You're not pickaxing the book.
I don't think the repair meter went up at all.
It won't go up until you actually kill something. So what you do is you have the pickaxe in your offhand, and then you go to the Enderman farm and you kill with your sword. And what will happen is any XP you gain will go into the pickaxe to repair it.
Oh, okay. So you've got the Enderman farm.
Mind you, you've got the spider farm down there as well, so you could do it with the spider farm, which is closer, but you already teleported that now, just a thought.
Oh, this is different. Wasn't here before. Oh, there we go. It's repaired now. Did you fix the thing about with we couldn't access the drawers? No, you didn't. Oh, no, you did. Yeah, yeah.
No, did I?
Yeah, yeah. I could access.
Yeah.
No. So.
Yeah, I was in the process of building an enchantment table there, but it's like no one ever goes here, so it's like. And I might have resummoned the Ender Dragon, and it flew through it and destroyed half of it, if not more than half of it. So I kind of had to rebuild it.
You get rid of all that cobblestone. No. Donate all this cobblestone because it's.
Do you know those waystone fragments? If they're not lit up, I think you can just get rid of them because it means they're not attuned and they're just useless.
That's the only one. This is the only one. What? Just chop them? You mean?
Yeah, if they're not attuned to anything, they basically they're not glowing. They're dead. I think I'll have to double check because if they have to glow to be attuned to a certain
The one
plate.
tuned. Yeah, the last time I tried to use a plate, it didn't work. The plate wouldn't work.
Well, you need 2 plates. You need
No, yeah,
you need
I
a
had 2 plates.
receiver,
Yeah.
and then you take the for essentially the attuned shard from one plate and put it in the other, and then take the shard from that plate and put it into that one. And basically, what happens is the plates are linked to the shards. It does take sometimes a few seconds longer than you'd expect to teleport from plate to plate. So I think the waystones or the one next to the storage is actually better.
Yeah.
I mean, that one next to the storage is better because it doesn't cost anything, but it's not a receiver; it's just a transmitter.
Yeah, no, I'd built the 2 plates and then took the shard out one and put the other, and it just wasn't. I can't remember what it was doing. It wasn't working. Okay, let's go back to. Yeah. Right, so let's take all that coal. Yeah, so Avod was suggesting what did he say? He said use. Avod said use the small tunnel one.
Yeah, best way to strip mine would be to basically do a tunnel. So if you use a small tunnel one, do a tunnel 2 tall, and then every third do another tunnel off, and that should basically clear absolutely everything you see. I mean, mine.
Yeah, I've just done a tunnel.
Yeah, and then what you do, obviously, if you're making tunnels, if you do a 2-block gap between each additional tunnel down each side of the aisle, each side of the middle one, that should expose the most sides, and you should see what is down there. You're gonna have to go down. You have to go down every single one to find out what is on the sides. It's kind of the one of the older ways to mine. There are slightly more efficient ways of doing it, but that still seems to be the easiest. Unless you mean you just dig out the whole chunk. Because that gives you absolutely everything. It's far too much work for most people, but yeah.
heading that way.
It's like if you use the escape tunnel or the mining tunnel, the escape tunnel does a jagged staircase up and the mining tunnel does it down. So if you ever want to get out really quickly, you just switch to one of them and then you can just make yourself a staircase up.
Which one does the one up the escape tunnel?
The escape, yeah.
I never really knew that.
Yep. The escape tunnel does it sort of jagged
I
up.
wonder what that was for.
The mining tunnel does it down, so that's why most people start their mining anyway. They don't find caves, although caves in 1.19 are a lot better for mining stuff. But anyway, I'm going to leave you there. Good luck with it.
Thanks for that, Lars.
No worries. I will sort out those villages at some point and encase them if I can.
Yeah. Okay.
No worries. Catch you later.
All right. Should have got the stream messing with mining, shouldn't I? find any more particular one we're looking for. Yep. The trash can, I think we can get rid of all this little ones. Oh. What is that? Those slimes. Okay. Where you come from? What I'm getting is what we're getting. Not anymore. Hmm. Oh.
In the name of the Legion.
Crash, hello, sir. Been a while. How you doing? Let's see. Find the crash button. Project is on board. Ow! I'm good. I'm good. Yeah. This is now our 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th version of the server. Did you see the message I sent you earlier? I hope you replied to it. Checked. No, you haven't replied. I sat in the crafting thing. Anymore of me. Oh, get lost. I don't want that. Pretty full on stuff now. I'm not finding any other meme anywhere, but yeah, it's Francis. Yeah, they're part of the Macaw's mod. Yeah, did you see the message I sent earlier in the group chat about Thursday? Unless you haven't seen it yet. I mean, nobody's replied, so you're not sure how to respond. Yeah, well, that's how you respond. You say something on the lines of, "I would like to, but I don't know if I'm available. I can let you know." Or something on the lines of, "Screw you guys, I got a better offer." Whichever you prefer. It was just a thought because Chris is off on Thursday, so tends to be the only other way Rod can do stuff. Cool. And did he tell you about next week as well, Crash? I think it's next week. I presume he told you about that at the Expo one. Yeah, son, I think it's next week. Pretty sure it's next week. Let me double check. Yes, the asset miss about this week, but actually it might be the week after next. It might be 2 weeks time. Did I write there? Oh, I wrote it down. I don't think it's next week. I think it's the week after. Sorry, my bad. It's the week of the 15th. That's not next week. The week after. 2 weeks time. He's got his brother. I don't think you've met his brother. His brother Mark, aka Bubble Fire, is coming over with his wife for the week, and that's a Fossil Sally is also coming up, and Sarah's coming up, and so he's basically invited all of us. You and me over to join them all, and Rod, and he doesn't know what he's going to do, but he wants to do some, because it can be 8 of us, he wants to do some sort of stream of some kind or another with all 8 of us, but that's the week of the 15th, so that'll be, yeah. He said he was going to mention it to you and Rod when he went Axphone. He obviously hasn't. Obviously forgotten. Well, not round, over. I mean, Mark has come from a different country and Sal's come from Yorkshire. I don't know what game he expects we could do with 8 people, like. No, nothing actually, no. No, I was just asking if you guys wanted to do something this Thursday. It's 4 of us. D&D or these Resident Evil 3 board game, but depends. So after let us know what your plans are, and then 2 weeks time. I assume it'll be the Thursday if we want to try to roll, and then 2 weeks on Thursday. We'll invite it over when Nikki and Mark and Sally and Sarah are there. Interesting. I suspect as well we might. I haven't asked him about it, but I suspect he might want to do a Weatherspoons lunch as well beforehand or afterwards. I mean, it very much depends on like what his brother's plans are. don't even know if Sally has fully confirmed yet, actually. Mainly money, because it was as you say, you went for a meal and stuff, didn't you, as well? And I just didn't have the money. I could have gone to the spoons, but not actual, if you know what I mean. Unfortunately, I was doing housework, and I was upstairs, and my phone was downstairs, and Phoenix messaged me to say you were in Weatherspoons. Did I want to come down? And unfortunately, because I was upstairs, I didn't see or hear my message until a good 30-40 minutes after he sent it, by which time it was like 3 o'clock, and he only do like crush, and he said that you were leaving at 4, you get the bus at 4, and I just thought, by the time I get down there, and then you're leaving at 4, it's going to have less than an hour there, so my bad. If I'd seen the message when he'd sent it, I would have had time to come down, but never mind. Right. Pins. Oh, and we've got Cooper in here, haven't we? Oh. But yeah, just let us know when you like. When will you know whether or not you're doing something on Thursday? You're most likely free, you just have a feeling in the back of your mind that you're not. You mean like you've forgotten something? Like you think you had arranged something but you can't remember what? Well, just pop that in the group chat so Rod and Phoenix can see it. Just exactly that you're probably free, but you might have forgotten something. Right, okay. Oh, 2,000 copper. Right, we cleared out the spice. Yeah, well, as I say, just say exactly what you just said to me in the group chat, so Rod and Fid can see that you'd probably be free for doing something on Thursday, but you might have forgotten something. To eat. Speaking of eating, I haven't had any tea yet, so it might be good. I have not enough either. To I think this is the first time I can recall in a long time that I've done Minecraft stream and nobody else has come on the server. Yeah, these fences are from the cause fences and walls. We've got a lot of McCall's virgin models. We just put them in just a month ago or so. And I just need to get around to decorate my house. Haven't done that yet. I saw your message. Right. Yeah, I think that would be a good position to leave it in. Let's go to... Nope, that's the wrong button. No, let me go back to here. Did I make that? Yeah. I made this house, yes. All the rooms are empty at the moment because what happened was on the previous server I'd built this house, same layout and everything, and then when we moved to this server, because the versions we had, we couldn't get McCall's on. So I didn't have any furniture mods, so I was waiting for the furniture mod to be updated so we could use it, and now it's been updated. So, but yeah, I'll tell you what, I'll give you a little thing. So, kitchen. All the rooms are empty at the moment because, as I say, we were just waiting for the furniture mod, but which we've got now, so that's handy. This is Jedi's house. Yeah. That area over there is Malice's domain. Jedi Total's house. Where's me? First. That big grey box is housing a power generator for the street lights. That building there to the right, that brick stone building, that's the Irish Embassy. That's Josh's little thing. Although there's actually empty, nothing in it, because he's got a bigger base elsewhere. This is the docks, to the left there, and these water mills wheels are our power, which giving us power. Got a community storage thing. We find storage, access things out of it and put things in. We've got this is a community workshop for building people, machinery people can use, fences. Got that. It's 2 levels of the top level as well. Although we've just added on a mechanism mod, so it's a strong possibility that we might end up replacing all these machines, or mechanism machines. More stuff out here as well. Up here we've got it's Jedi built. This is like a tree pushing machine thing. You click that switch and it drops that. Doesn't work yet. Bit of lag for some reason over there. On here we've got post office. Ow! I've just jumped from my car. That was clever. It's a working post office because we have these ender chests, and we've all got one, and here and one in our bases. So you can literally just drop something in it, and then it transfers across to the one base. We can literally send each other post. Eventually, we're gonna have with the car mod, we can build vans and stuff. So I'm gonna do a post van. I haven't done it yet. Also need to put road markers on the roads. Yeah. Got a petrol station here to fill the petrol car up. City jail down here, which is kind of defunct. I keep jumping out the car at the moment because we had a jail mod, but we had to take it off when we updated. When we updated 1.8.2, jail mod we hadn't been updated, so I had to take it off. So it's kind of redundant at the moment. But the idea is that this jail mod be a command would TP you into one of these jail cells. This one's got a lever on. Certain part of time. I built this jail tower thing, and then after the time elapses, it TPs you into the custody room, which is in here. TP to here. Then you can leave. And now we've got the furniture mod, we can replace that with a proper desk. But obviously, because we've got the jail mod back on, we're just building a bit different. Over there, that tower in the background is Phoenix's tower. Left into the market district. Market district. At the tower, you know, basically what we've done. If I show you the map, we've divided the city into 4 districts. So we have the industrial district, which houses the community storage and the feature or something, you know, community storage and the warehouse stuff, that workshop stuff. There's a huge plot of land behind it which we haven't used yet, and the docks and everything. And then this is the residential district where the embassy is, and my house and Jedi's house. And then this is the farming district. We've got a big farm there, which Malice is got a bit carried away and extended it out, and it's kind of encroaching on Sub-Zero's land over here. And then this district is the market district, which got the tavern and the mailbox and the other bits of pieces, which I'm going to show you now. So this is a spider web farm thing down there. This is a trading thing with villagers, but we'll just get killed in rain, so we're gonna have to replan it. Malice also has, under his base, he has a similar thing, but he has ones that you can buy enchantments off. Quite handy. And then but this is his little shop. You can exchange diamonds for emeralds, which are actually handy now because you can use the emeralds in the trading thing under his base to buy enchantments. And then over here is the tavern. This is part of the mod which is added on. Barn mod added a new villager in from the blockers thing, which we kind of probably should have put over there with them, but never mind. And you can buy crops and stuff off him, seeds and things. There's the tavern. Again, the tavern, we were waiting for the furniture mod so we could finish it off. So there's no table or chairs or anything in it yet. We need to build them. Again, another build now built. Need to rebuild the table and chairs. And then upstairs we've got some guest rooms. Again, no furniture in these because we put them back in because of mods. That's stuff to do. We've got lots of furniture building to do. I just haven't got around to doing it yet. And then that's pretty much. Oh, the slime farm under the town as well. The city as well. But yeah, so we've got a spider spawner and a slime spawner as well. That's it. That's the aerial shot of the. Oh, it's the farm. I've got the farm as well. And there's a Sub-Zero area over here to the east. Phoenix up to the north, past Phoenix. Sub-Zero, Jedi has a big settlement up here. This is Malice's base. That's just a villager in normal village down there. And then over here is somewhere there is Everald's little base. And then Alchemist and Josh have their own base somewhere that's miles away. To put together. I don't know whether I can see that. Hang on, I have to put the. Don't know whether I'll be able to spot that. Oh, it's literally. not that far as I thought. It's just up there. It's like just further north of the. Yeah, this is there. I don't know why they had a massive bridge out that island for. On the built ship. It reminds me a lot of this when I look on it, the ship we had in the battle arena, if you remember that. And that house is on a bit of land that's in the sky. Don't ask me why, they just did that. I don't know what that is. I've been over there now. I don't know. All that. I've been over there in ages. Yeah, and that is pretty much our city. There's still loads of work to do. The car mod, use asphalt blocks what we're driving on. There's a paintbrush, and you can put lines down and everything, so you can put road markings on. You need to do that. Up until I would say up until about a month ago. Yeah, I mean it was mainly me and Afret Malice, Jedi Toka, the Irish Empire, and Alchemist. And then Phoenix would come on every now and again. So 5 active and then and everyone occasionally. And then Sub-Zero was regular, and then Sub-Zero's PC died, that's why he's not on. So yeah, so there was Malice, Sub-Zero, Jedi Toka, me, Alchemist, the Irish Empire, and then occasionally Phoenix. Those 6 or 7, it's like half a dozen regulars active and a couple semi-active. And then just the last month or so, it's just died off a little bit. But a lot of people are asking to do the 1.19, and that might be why people don't want to play. They want to go 1.19. I don't know. But yeah, there's lots of work to do. I need to get there's a town in the middle as well. Need to get the road markings down. Need to get the furniture built in the tavern and in my house. Need to get the post van built. Also the farm. I'll show you the farm as well. That bridge hasn't been finished. That's going to go over the top of the farm in the Mark District out towards Sub-Zero. That is to be finished. When the zombies over, hey! Oh crap! Don't go in the water. Over this bridge here. It's a TARDIS built by Josh there. Anybody else? Go down here, see the path leads to the farm. When we've got sheep and cows on, we need to get pigs and other animals in. Oh, that's one of the bridges that it's in. Malice built this building. Eventually, at the minute, he's got some just storage down here. But eventually, we're gonna using the refined storage. There's a computerized storage sync mod we've got, and eventually we're going to put a terminal in the tavern. So literally, you can just click on the terminal in the tavern and access everything that's being stored in the farmhouse. We won't need to ferry all the produce backwards and forwards. That hasn't been done yet. It's on the list of things to do. This is the farm. At the minute, it's mainly carrots and potatoes. All the stuff you can see here is carrot and potatoes, but the Palms Harvest Craft mod we've got on, if we do that Palms, adds like so much stuff in. These are all the crops stuff, all stuff you can grow. So that's why we've got a pretty big farm. Looks like Miles is going to use this bit for putting animals in, but I farmed the land at the back here, and then last week on the stream we planted loads of crops, and then Malice has harvested them all, but he hasn't replanted them. So this needs to be replanted. Oh crap. Yeah. So yeah, so that's what we need to plant more stuff at the farm. We need to do the road markings. We need to do the furniture of the tavern in my house. We also need to fix the guttering and the roof on the tavern because it's a bit wonky because of a mod. Also, Mechanism is a mod we've just added in just this last week, and it adds loads of stuff in, including your sort of mech suit, and flamethrowers and various other weaponry and all sorts of. Get all that up and running as well. I'm kind of hoping Jedi Toku's going to come on at some point and do that because he was the one who recommended the mod and he seems to know most about it. Yeah. Fortunately, I've had to take my shade. I had some really cool shaders. I've had to take them off because when we updated one of the mods, this is like we updated a couple of mods as well last week. They require a version of Forge that Optifine for 1.18.2 Minecraft doesn't support. So when I've tried to use it anyway, it's caused issues. So I've had to turn it off. And unfortunately, the shader I had uses Optifine. So where did I leave my car? But yeah, so that's our it's our spawn city. We've also got more stuff we're going to build. So the idea is with the market district, we're going to build a lot of market stands, and have like a market, as well. I think Malice is going to redesign this village traders thing because raiders, whenever we get raided, they kill the villagers. I think he's going to make it more of an internal building. I'll put some. It's going to be finished. This bridge is going to go all the way over to here. He may have to pull some of this back because that's encroaching on going into that. You can see that is Jedi Sub-Zero's claim, and this area there is expanded. It goes over to his claim. Yeah. There's a lot more to do. Some of the mods we've added in recently, Mechanism, specifically the ores that Mechanism adds in, and Pam's Harvestcraft stuff, because we've added them in after we've already got the server running, none of the yeah, I suppose it is, yeah. Because we added both the mods in at a later date after the server started, none of the ores for Mechanism or any of the crops and stuff for Harvestcraft will spawn in the city, or anywhere near here. I've had to go like 10,000 blocks out to find them when they spawn. In the best from a long way from the little torch covered area. But yeah, this is like I want to say this is like the 4th server we've had now. Obviously the original one was the one that I ran locally, from my machine. It was just you and I, wasn't it, to start with, and then we moved it to a bucket server, which I think was a free server, the bucket plugins, and then like Phoenix and Yoris and Alchemist and I think Sally as well and Josh all joined, and then I think I made the decision to move it from a free bucket server to paid hosting, and we moved from bucket to Forge, and then I think I had 2 or 3 different Forge paid hosting servers, and then this server now we started. I want to say beginning of the year, January, February, and this is probably the best server setup we've had. More disk space, more memory than anyone before, and it's very kindly paid for by Everett Johnson. So the first couple I paid myself. The one we had prior to this, I paid half for it, and Everett paid half for it, and then this one, Everett very kindly said, "Well, for the first year, I will pay the hosting on it." So, yeah. But it's got bring up the thing. It's got 8 gig of memory, and it's got I think it's unlimited disk space. I think. Yeah, 8 gig of memory and unlimited disk space. It's not as massive. Yeah, I mean it's easy to do. I mean all the mods on here are a mod pack that I've created myself to compile the mods that I like together. Yeah, I mean you're more than welcome to join. I know what you're like with Minecraft servers. You join, build a base, and then leave and never come back again. But I mean you're rather welcome to join it. Or you just go out the Minecraft section of Discord, and go to the server announcements and the latest mod pack and everything on there. In message instructions and what have you. I suspect though, we're gonna move this to 1.19, and then it kind of be up to Everald really, because at the minute there's only. Yeah, as I said, well, up until a month or two ago, there was half a dozen of us playing this, and then this last month or two, there's just been me and Malice. So I think everyone's going to pay for it to the end of the year. So I will probably upgrade 1.19 in the next couple of months. So we'll just see. People might come back for 1.19. But we'll have to rethink. Where's the Discord button? Discord, for anyone who didn't know. Yeah, that's the thing I haven't showed you, is this central tower. There's actually, we have a mod called Waystones that adds the teleport Waystones thing in, and there's one on top of there. And I think we also made that the world spawn point. Probably on that, I can't remember. You can get up it, we can't get down without falling off to your death. Oh yeah, the cookies. If Rod and Phoenix are up for doing something on Thursday, I know Phoenix is Rod. What's your preference, Resident Evil 3 or D&D? I mean, I don't mind. Oh, and if you're wondering why I'm wearing iron armor, it's because there's a distinct lack of diamonds in our city at the moment. A great diamond shortage. So I just made some basic armor out of mine, just so I had some protection when I was traveling 10,000 blocks of strip mine for mechanism ores. That's interesting. Technical. I need to build the garage floor as well. That's something else I need. Got lots I'm going to do on my house. I'm going to build a garage floor because it's the proper floor thing that the mod adds in that allows you to add stuff to the car. I'm going to move the gate sided from there to the end here. And then as I say, with all the crops that were added in with the mod, I can install more stuff. I need to do my roof as well. Again, I was waiting for one of the Records mods to add roofs in. That'll come out, so I need to work on that as well. But loads of stuff to do. What's that? Oh, it was an Enderman. Baby Enderman. Huh. No, so this is it. We can talk about him in a minute. We can do. We can do Resident Evil 3. I would like to go back to our D&D campaign at some point though. Because obviously we put all that time and effort in creating these characters and then we've never used them. Although I did like the idea. Do you remember the idea we had ages and ages ago? About... Because you know Starian does as a D&D group with Telestrine and Zeppi and Zeppi's missus and son... Phineas, and I think Scars gets involved over Discord as well. And remember ages ago we had the idea of our two D&D groups forming together on Discord for like a one shot and starring DMing. I thought it was a really good idea. It would never happen, but sort of thing we could do. The only thing is that I now remembered why that never happened, because the only time Storm could do that would be a Sunday, and Rod won't do things on a Sunday. That was a sticking point there. Because obviously he works. The only day of the week he offers it is Tuesday, and he streams on the Tuesday. But yeah, that would be. I'd like to do that. With that Rod. Yeah, we could do. I'll have to speak to Steven again, see if he's still up for doing it. But it was a while ago. I can't remember. It must be over a year or two ago when we mentioned it. Sort of thing. But yeah, I'm quite happy to do Resident Evil 3. Get the game on Thursday. A lot of expansions for it as well, isn't he? We've also got that board game you've got as well. So we're gonna play, which I forget the name of. I've totally forgotten what it's called. The one you've got. Hero Quest. Yeah, that was it. Hero Quest. Although maybe Resident Evil 3 is a good idea because it was only recently we played Resident Evil 2 or whatever it was, and we're kind of fresh in our minds how to play it. Anywho, 4 hours now, so that's good. Yeah. Just a little bit out. There we go. Yeah. So, next stream Wednesday. Predominantly doing evening streams now, so it'll be Wednesday evening. Continuing on with Star Trek 25th anniversary game, and then Friday, fingers crossed, we're going to finish Black Mesa. I haven't done it for a few weeks. We're like the last level, or the end of the last level, and the last boss. And then potentially next week we're going to start this year's summer road trip, European Road Trip, Euro Truck Simulator 2. And then the week after we might do retro. I've also got the Exodus thing that Pink gave us. I don't know. I might do that week and then next week. Try and have the retro week as well. I don't know. Either the retro week or the road trip week will be next week, and then you'll be after. Also, we're very close now to getting the community challenge completed. So 88%, 265,874. As I said, I can't edit the title of the challenge. I am toying with the idea, purely for financial reasons, of splitting the 24-hour stream into 2 12-hour streams. You'll get 2 streams instead of 1. What I'm thinking. But yes, we'll be back Wednesday, so 2nd anniversary. We might even, last week I streamed a couple hours, I was quite tired, but if I do a stream like this tonight, I might get the game finished, because it's not a particularly long game. Get it finished in one thing. See who's on. Dashboard. When are you going to stream again, Crash? Or have you done your annual stream for the year? Have a look. Who have we got? Oh, Rod's on. Of course, he's playing a game I don't know the name of. Then your annual stream. Who will raid Mr. Rodimus in the Planet I've not heard of? Why not? We'll be back on Wednesday for some 90s DOS game action with Star Trek 25th anniversary. Until then, thank you very much for watching. May also be with you. Good night.
Let's just try bouncing you. Go, 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 go. Where are you going now? Second raid, oh my word, Dan's here. And of course you're now in an area that I don't want you to be in.